Nitty? Mr. Donlin? Mr. Jimo?
He said here.
Yeah.
I read his lips.
Mr. Heffernan? Mr. Little?
Here.
Mrs. Tobacco? Mrs. Wright?
Here.
Mr. Capone?
Here.
And Mrs. Minuis.
Here. I need a motion to go into executive session for matters of contract and personnel.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? See you in closed session. Adequate notice of this meeting was provided by sending such notice to the Asbury Park Press, the Middletown Patch, and the Middletown Township Public School District website, and the posting of such notice at the August T. Minor administrative offices and each elementary, middle, and secondary school website in the district. Roll call.
Mrs. Caminiti,
Here.
Mr. Donlin,
Here.
Mr. Gymo,
Here.
Mr. Heffernan,
Here.
Mr. Little,
Here.
Mrs. Tobacco,
Here.
Mrs. Wright,
Here.
Mr. Capone,
Here.
Mrs. Menuess.
Yeah. I'd like to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence for Richard Bartlett, passed away on May 30th, 2021. Mr. Bartlett was a custodian for over 20 years and recently retired from Thorne Middle School. The school community extends our deepest condolences to the Bartlett family. Also, Deborah Ableton passed away on June 11, 2021. Mrs. Ableton served the district for 15 years as a secretary at Middletown High School South and retired in 2017. The school community extends our deepest condolences to the Ableton family. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, we're going to start with, do we have a presentation first?
We're going to do
Student
Sophia.
speakers.
Okay, Sophia. Are you there?
She's here.
Thank you for waiting.
Hi, everyone. So this is my final North highlight report for the 2020-2021 school year. So there was something taking place almost every day in the month of June, which made the entire month pass by so quickly for students and staff. Miss Heater and Miss Pearson, advisors of the Business Honor Society, presented certificates to their junior and senior inductees on June 1st. On June 2nd, High School North held Senior Awards Night at the Arnie Truex Field. Special thanks to the Senior Scholarship Committee and the Guidance Department for organizing the event. We appreciate the generosity and kindness of so many families in the community who raised funds to present scholarships in memory of their loved ones. Amanda Faria and the Drama Club students presented their spring showcase, Seasons of Love, on June 4th and 5th. Ray Convey, Brock Silvestri, and Mara Hussey coordinated a successful and well-organized 2 NJSIAA state sectionals at High School North on Friday, June 4th and Saturday, June 5th. Our track and field team did extremely well this season, breaking numerous records. To highlight, High School North standout senior Rhett Schnorr won a pair of gold medals at the NJSIAA Group 3 Championship meet, finishing first in both the 100-meter dash event and the long jump, recording a personal best in the long jump event. 15 athletes from Middletown North have officially signed letters of intent and made their commitment to attend colleges across the country for their designated sport on Wednesday, June 9. It was a well-attended event by family members, relatives, coaches, and friends. We are so proud of our athletes who have reached this level of performance to compete at the national level. Catherine Harvey was nominated by Monmouth University for an award as the 2021 Distinguished Clinical Intern from the New Jersey Department of Education. Patricia Kelly and Cheryl Kroll were recognized as her cooperating teachers at the virtual award ceremony on Wednesday, June 9. Thanks to Paige Friedland and her senior executive board for coordinating with the PFA president, Jen Baker, and the senior parent committee to organize a senior luncheon, long games, and the ice cream truck on Thursday, June 10th to celebrate the class of 2021. Miss Ellsbury, National Honor Society advisor, and the National Honor Society officers organized the junior and senior induction ceremony for 130 students and 70 mentors on Thursday evening, June 10th. Everyone in attendance commented on the positive relationship our National Honor Society inductees have maintained with their mentors. On Friday afternoon, June 11th, Paige Friedland and the Senior Executive Board decorated the main hallway in celebration of the class of 2021. Mark Siegel conducted the Relay for Life car parade on Friday evening, June 11th, on the North Campus for cancer survivors and recognized all the fundraisers for this worthwhile cause. Peter Isherwood, choir director, and Beth Lyon, band director, held their spring concert outdoors at 3:30 p.m. at the Arnie Truex Football Stadium on Monday, June 14th. The Environmental Science Club, under the direction of Miss Wellington and Miss Woods, held a campus cleanup on Tuesday, June 15th. Our girls' flag football team made it to the semifinal round of the Shore Conference on Wednesday, June 16th at Homedale High School. Eileen Gavin, our school nurse, co-authored an article with 2 other nurses for the online Journal of Issues in Nursing. The title of their article is Looking Through the Glass, Reflections from 3 School Nurses Amid the COVID-19 Pandemic. Ms. Kuzman and Ms. Gabinski submitted visual art shows with background music, making their presentations entertaining and inspirational. Roberta Vega also submitted a virtual art show featuring the work of students in Photography 1 and Photography 2 classes. Congratulations to Ms. Vega for her retirement. High School North had 2 Count Basie Award winners for the drama program. Rachel Grodek, grade 12, Outstanding Vocalist Female, Right-Hand Man from Something Rotten, and John Martin, Arts Academy Drama Track, grade 10, Outstanding Dramatic Monologue Male, a monologue from Kings of New York, character Bill the Butcher. The North TV Film students have filmed in the Grove Film Festival tonight and numerous upcoming film festivals this summer. We also had an online North Film Fest featuring all the students' work from this year. On Friday, June 18th at 11 a.m., High School North held the commencement exercises for the class of 2021 to an overcapacity audience. The graduates were back on Monday, June 21st to pick up their diplomas and prepare for college, trade and technical schools, military, work, or travel. Congratulations to the class of 2021. Overall, Middletown North has had a very successful year. We've accomplished so much while overcoming numerous hardships and changes. That's all. I just want to thank everyone for the opportunity to speak here every month. So thank you so much and have a great summer.
Sophia, we want to thank you.
Thank you.
Great information this year. We can't thank you enough for sharing that with us.
Every month. You
Every
miss
month.
one. Thank you so much and good luck.
Thank
She's
you.
graduating, right? She graduated, right? She graduated.
Next year.
Oh, no, did you graduate or are you gonna be here next year?
It's a junior.
No, I'm going to be a senior next year.
Are you gonna be a senior next year? Okay, good. We'll see you next year then.
Yes.
Have a nice summer.
Thank you. Have a great summer.
Bye-bye.
Any chance, can you tell if Ty is on there?
He's not. You don't see.
Okay, I just want to make sure we don't leave him out if he's on there. Okay. Alrighty. Are we going through committees or do we have a presentation?
We have a presentation first,
Okay,
right?
let's do that first.
Do you want me to come up here?
Sure.
I don't know if you want to use the microphone. There's a microphone on the table.
Do I have to? I will. I will.
Everybody can hear you.
Okay.
This should be the presenter.
Okay. And how do you use this? Just,
You should be able to just hit the next button.
okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Meg Young. I'm the Equity and Inclusion Specialist for the district. Thank you for having me tonight. I'm here just to give a quick update on the completion of phase 1 of our root cause project with Dr. Fergus and his team from Temple University. I don't know where the presentation went.
I know, looking for the, advancing.
No.
You might have to do it manually.
You have to go.
There we go. Down.
They just, yeah.
Okay, so as Dr. Tiedemann has spoken about this project the last several months, we were cited by the state for significant disproportionality. And that's really a way that the state looks at educational equity. So they require us to use a portion of our IDEA funds as a conduit to develop a plan to address the disproportionality and achieve more equitable outcomes for all of our students. In particular, the Department of Ed wants to see professional development tied to root causes, sustainable changes to practice policy and procedures, and early intervening type activities, specifically related to pre-referral to special education, identification and placement, and discipline. So the district decided to contract with Dr. Fergus as a consultant from Temple University. Dr. Fergus is a nationally recognized expert in the field of disproportionality. He's written several books and articles and has been a researcher in this area for close to 20 years. He provided us a template for a multi-year plan with several phases, which we have gone through the first phase to completion, just actually finishing up last week. So I'm just going to briefly go through what phase one looked like. So our kickoff was in February, and that was really just an introduction between Dr. Fergus and the district, a review of the work and an outline for our collaboration together. We had an orientation meeting in March where we overviewed the topics that we would be working on through the plan. This was done with all district administrative staff. We outlined the scope and sequence of the work, and we previewed the RCA or root cause analysis sessions. From there, we developed building-based or school-based equity teams. You can see this slide shows the composition of the teams at each level. So each building has its own team. They're slightly different by level just based on the size of the buildings. And the role of these teams is to meet with Dr. Fergus and really develop a reflective practice looking at our framework of supports for students, how we manage behavior, and our discipline outcomes. So we went through 3 root cause analysis sessions. These were done in May and June. They were 2.5 hours each. And we spent a little bit of time looking at the data that led to the citation, and then really jumped right into starting to reflect on the different process gaps that people might see in their building. So what are our levels of supports? What are our procedures for behavior management? And what are blind spots or gaps that we might have where we're leading to more discipline outcomes than maybe we would like? So those 3 root cause sessions happened, and then we had some focus groups and office hours with Dr. Fergus, so he could help us further define the roles and responsibilities of the team members in this process. All this was done through a reflection framework, really looking at equity components. That's the numerical data, access and opportunity, and beliefs that impact our perceptions about students' cognitive and behavioral abilities, as well as assessing process gaps. So looking at the quality and efficiency of our resources. From there, each building team was charged with developing 1 or more SMART goals for their buildings for next year related to things that they saw in their buildings that could use some improvement. So, and a sample might look something like by the end of next school year, 75% of students are receiving guided interventions from a behavioral support team. That would be a tier 2 level intervention to have reduced patterns of repeat behaviors. So each building has now identified SMART goals to work on through next year. And then the next steps in the project, phases 2 and 3, they will actually overlap considerably, especially during the early part of next year. It's really to develop an equity literacy lens for our staff to, when they're working towards their goals and making changes to their procedures and practices at the building level, that they have that equity lens in mind when they're making those changes. And then piloting and early implementation of the changes related to the SMART goals and indicators. And from there, there will be a continuous feedback mechanism with Dr. Fergus and his team, and then an expanded implementation to more buildings throughout next year and into the following year. That's it. Any questions or comments?
About phase two.
Sure.
So is that going to be done through professional development
Yes,
for staff? Okay.
yes, yes.
Is that going to be led by Dr. Fergus?
Yes, Dr. Fergus, and he has a team of about 3 or 4 assistants from Temple University. So the way the sessions have gone is he primarily leads the sessions, and then we do a lot of small group or breakout work, which is facilitated sometimes by members of his team.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Meg.
Right, we'll move on to legislative.
This month. Unfortunately, with all the events we had and graduation, we couldn't get to meet those.
Technology, Mike.
I spoke with Mr. Suliak. We have nothing for this month. We have our meeting scheduled for scheduling for July.
Okay. Student services, Deb.
So we had our meeting actually last week on June 17th. All committee members were present. We had a guest speaker again this month, and actually it was Greg Boglione from New Jersey Coalition for Inclusive Education. And it was really great, I think, for the committee to have some time to talk to him. We did talk about, we sort of just really started the conversation, again, noting the great work that's already being done within the district towards moving towards inclusion. Mr. Boglione was actually very complimentary of not only sort of what we have done in the past year and year and a half as a district, but also the really great community support that we have. He was just really happy to see that because he noted that that is not always the case in many of the districts that he works with. We did get to talk a little bit more about the 2 programs that are going on with Harmony Pre-K and Leonardo for their inclusion grant committees and sort of how that work is going on, and wanted to again stress to us as we heard along, even though that we have been making great progress this past year in those 2 grants, this really is a very long process. This is not something that you can really sort of rush through. So even though we have actually been making our benchmarks, despite sort of all the problems and around the pandemic and everything else, we're still in this for the long haul, which is really around 3 to 5 years to see all of the progress being completed in those 2 programs. I noted, I know a couple of the committee members noted that we really, I think, benefited and enjoyed the presentation that he was able to do to the community back in the fall. I think it was of 2019, which really, I think, sort of opened our eyes in terms of where we were as a district with inclusion. And I think really sort of started us this process of going down the road of trying actually to get there. And that we felt that it would be really great if we were able to do that again this fall and actually have it come back and sort of do another community presentation to see, where we progress and where we can continue to go. So that should be, I think, something that we can try and look forward to planning for the fall. We did talk a little bit about the new recent bill that is now in actually passed and signed by the governor as law, which was S3434, which is talking about extending compensatory education for students who are aging out, and especially during the 2021-2022 school year, what that will look like, and actually discussions being had already with child study team members. We talked again about the disproportionality, which we have been reporting on for the past year, and we just had the presentation here. And then we did talk about some of the issues that were coming back to us about some of our most recent graduates with IEPs who may not have actually been able to walk during graduations. And it seemed like there may have been perhaps some miscommunication or something going along the lines with not having enough notice basically to parents about what was potentially for their children in terms of endangering of being able to fail or one or more classes and not being able to graduate, and trying to really understand sort of more what was happening there.
That was more at the middle school level, right?
Correct. And that was it.
Thank you. It was an excellent meeting. It was always good to talk to Fred.
He's great.
And no, he was very honest with us back in 2019 about where we
Yes.
are. And
Yep.
he's very honest about where we are and where we're going now. So that's really a good thing to hear. So I think a presentation with him would be excellent.
Yeah, he definitely wants to come back. So-
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Deb.
Yep.
Okay, facilities
Finance
and finance. Yep.
Okay, so we had an update from our insurance broker, Brown and Brown. They presented the committee with an updated proposal in regards to self-insurance, which is going to be voted on tonight. They put together a third party, which would be Aetna versus a Horizon that we currently have right now. And they will be basically doing self-insurance that the committee has basically been in agreement upon that has never happened before, but due to where it is right now and the numbers making sense that it actually may be benefiting the district in an excess of about $2.5 million. And we were able to increase our stop loss on an aggregate amount to an extent of maybe, I think it was $5 million above and beyond where it was originally proposed was at $2 million. So right now, it looks like the way that we would like to go, it'll be voted on tonight and see if that gets voted through and passed. YMCA has agreed to share its reduced revenue with the district for the 2021-22 school year. Volleyball, the board has agreed to pick up a portion of approximately $5,200 out of the $32,000 of fundraising that they have come up with. They weren't actually able to fundraise the full amount. We felt it was necessary to just give the kids actually the volleyball, and we're going to come up with the difference, which is going to be approximately $5,200, and that will be for a varsity team only this year. The end of year financial update. Mrs. Doherty informed the committee that based on the information we have right now, there's expected to be at least $500,000 in surplus available on June 30th. The recommendation would be to utilize the surplus available to replenish the district capital and maintenance reserves, which has been depleted due to the use of the funds to supplement the district's operating budget. The district will now not know how much extraordinary aid we receive for the 2021 year until July. There has also been a discussion about the additional state aid being made available to districts that had their state aid cut for 21-22. This was dependent on the final state budget due June 30th, with a bunch of agenda items that are actually on the website that you can look at as well. There was a confidential, something that I cannot speak about, but that was on the agenda. Next month's meeting will be discuss solar canopies and the HVAC status. The district has increased the number of HVAC work orders in the past week due to the rising temperatures. The facility department has been working hard to address them and has resolved many of them, which will continue to be a priority for that department.
I'm sorry, I just also want to add that we did add 2 items on the addendum for this evening, and it
Yes, thank you.
has to do with grants.
Grants.
Accepting the funds, our allocations. We received our IDEA allocation and also our ESEA allocations for next year. So in order for us to submit those grant applications, which are due on July 16th for IDEA and July 23rd for ESEA, we have to have the board accept the funds. So that's on the addendum.
About $2.5 million,
It is
2.732.
For IDEA, our allocation this year for the basic portion is 2.7 million, 2,732,000, but that's made up, our portion is 2,482,000. And then there's a non-public piece that we administer of 250,000. And then we also get a preschool allocation of $84,089. And then for the ESEA allocated funds for this year, the total between all of the different titles is $647,332. Now, there's a reduction from last year. Last year's allocation was a total of $788,000. So we are receiving about $141,000 less. We also are receiving about $75,000 less in the IDEA. So those allocations have gone down a little bit for this year.
Amy, did you want to add any more to the discussion about the insurance?
Well, just to expand a little bit on what Mr. Capone reported, it is something we've been looking at for several years. We have gone through a competitive process on proposals for not only the stop loss insurance, but also the network, the administrator, and we are transitioning to Aetna for next year. It seems to be a better fit for in-network providers for our district. So that is something that will be a benefit to us under a self-insured platform. It is something we're looking at as a long-term move. This is not a one-year trick to try to save some money, and we're looking at it as a long-term tool to manage our health insurance costs. It is a big part of our budget. And like I said, we've looked at this for the past several years, but at this point in time, it is making sense as far as the difference between the potential savings versus the amount of risk that we're taking. I mean, there's always some risk, but the risk that we have is basically capped at a couple of percentage points above what our fully insured renewal would be, but it's less than what our original fully insured renewal was with Horizon. So either way, we're saving from the Horizon fully insured renewal that we received. So whether it was with the Aetna self-insured or with the fully insured, we would recognize savings. And with the self-insured model, we have the potential to recognize a lot more savings.
Right, so the self-insured means that versus where we normally pay a premium, so in this case Horizon, or now Aetna, they take all the risk. They charge us and they price us for the risk.
Right.
For self-insurance, that means we're taking, in other words, their Aetna will be administrating just like with claims and all that stuff, but the risk is ours. In other words, we're self-insuring, which is a big difference. Well, I'm just trying to say it's a big difference,
We are
right?
paying the claim.
Right, there's an upside, there's also a downside. What we're saying is based on the projected downside,
Yeah.
it's still cheaper than full insurance, what we have right now with Horizon.
Correct.
But it's a different model,
It's a
a
different
different
model.
setup.
It's a
And we're
different
also having a
setup.
different administrator.
We have purchased a stop loss insurance, which is to cap our risk and to pick up claims that exceed a certain amount, per person. And we also have budgeted to build a reserve for claims runoff. If we ever do need to go back to a fully insured model, we will have a reserve there to pay claims that would come in after we make that cutover. So that has all been factored into this model.
And I think we talked about developing a policy,
We did
right,
talk
about how
yeah.
that should be managed from the board's perspective. Future boards could change it, but it would be go through the policy update and or change process.
Over the next couple of meetings, and next month, we will have a first reading on the policy just to set some guardrails for how to run the self-insurance program. And as we've talked about, it's not that a future board couldn't change that policy, but it would be a change of policy that would require a couple of readings and discussion and public discussion. But we feel that it's, we have policies on other financial reserves. We should also have policies on our self-insurance reserve and also on the maintenance of stop loss and things like that. So we will be doing that. If we do 2 readings on that policy, it'll be in place before September 1st when we implement this program, if the board votes on it tonight.
And I also just wanted to add it from the employee's perspective using the plan. Aetna will be managing it. So they will not see any difference whether it is self-insured or if it's a regular plan through Aetna. They're managing everything, doing all the claims, doing the interface with our staff who may have a difficulty or question. So that part of it isn't going to change.
And we aren't changing, we're only pivoting to Aetna for transitioning to Aetna for the medical and the prescription. We are remaining with Horizon for the dental. So.
And one more question about HVAC. You said the work orders are up. Is that mostly any levels? Because I heard some bumps in the road with elementary schools. This
This is something I think just happened the past few weeks.
Well, as the temperatures rose, in June, we did have more issues, and we've been talking about for a while how the Airedales and the elementaries are aging, and they're requiring more and more maintenance, and they were showing the strain with the 90+ degree temperatures over the past few weeks. Our staff did a good job addressing the work orders, but they were there, and we'll continue to monitor and do maintenance on the systems. But it is something that we've talked about in the facilities committee, that at some point in the relatively near future, we're going to have to talk about, what is the long-term plan for those, for that equipment.
Well, they are souped up windows, right? Not right.
Individual classroom units.
Yeah, they're
Trying to
individual
figure out this a
classroom
couple of
units
months
that
back,
are,
and we had that price table, so.
they are, I think 15+ years old at this point, and they get a lot of use, and they've had increased use, with the pandemic, they've been running more, and so, yeah, it's
So it's
something.
mostly the elementary level.
Yeah, I mean, there were some issues at the, we also have the univents in the classrooms. We've done a lot of work at the secondary level on the rooftop units and some of the other components of the equipment, but we are now seeing, the classroom, the individual classroom units, those univents, some of those are needing replacement, and that's got a cost to it as well.
I think we're spending some money in the ESSER fund, right, on HVAC?
We are.
But that's different, that's.
That part of that is funding, we use some of that to fund part of the High School South rooftop unit project that we're doing this summer.
That wasn't part of the problem we're talking about.
No, I mean, we're doing that replacement this summer. We are looking at the other, the ARP funds, ESSER funds, and, we haven't developed, and we'll talk about that later, we haven't developed a whole plan for those funds yet, but, it's possible we would include some sort of HVAC component in that as well.
Talking about the ESSER 3.
The ESSER 3, yeah.
Application, we're gonna
Yeah,
talk
which
about
we,
that.
yeah, which we
Which
haven't,
is approximately how much?
well, it's
4 million.
Over
it's
2
a
years,
little over $4 million.
4 million, 2 years.
those 2.5, 1 year.
I'm gonna talk about that next.
Yeah,
Right.
I don't want to steal that.
No, I,
Amy, can you talk about the solar panels?
Thunder.
We didn't talk about it in committee, we're going to, but we have been speaking with our architect about the potential of relooking at, because we did look at this before, the idea of putting solar canopies up. And at the time, we were looking at it years ago, it wasn't cost effective. It was too expensive to build the canopies. And there wasn't enough profit in the solar being produced to finance that, but we're being told that things have changed and it's might be worth relooking at. So we're gonna.
Are we looking at it with the township?
We're looking at it right now on our own. We're just talking about it. This is like the infancy stages of looking at it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll have more information on it the next week.
All right, policy, Jackie?
I'm gonna do that if yeah, Jackie asked if we do dishes.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, all right, so what the committee discussed was the mask accommodation procedures. So what we came up with is that, medical or appropriate professional's recommendation must accompany a request for a mask accommodation, and then it'll be reviewed. Except in the following circumstances. If the medical condition that precludes a student from wearing a mask is evident to the administrator or school nurse, no further documentation is needed. Or if a student has a medical condition that precludes a student from wearing a mask, and that condition is documented in a student's IEP, IHP, or 504 plan, that plan will serve as the documentation needed to grant the accommodation. The school physician's review and approval will not be sought on initial, on determining these accommodations. And the daily health screening requirements will be removed. We agreed to change the current appendices on the policy at that meeting. After that meeting, though, we learned about a plan that we are going to have to create to apply for the ESSER 3 funds, okay? The ESSER 3, in March of this year, the Federal American Rescue Plan Act was signed into law. And that act appropriates, and it's a federal act, so it appropriates $102 billion in what's called the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, which is the ESSER 3 funds. We talked about ESSER 2 funds, there were ESSER funds, ESSER 2. These are now ESSER 3 funds. Our district found out that our allocation is $4,038,839, which will be, provided to us over a 2-year period. The first year we get 2/3 of the funds. The second year will be 1/3 of the funds. So next year we will get $2,692,560. The year after that, $1,346,279. Now, there's a 2-stage application process to get that grant. And the first stage is to submit a safe return plan. And even though we have returned to school, Obviously, there's a lot of schools in the country that have not. They're requiring everybody to implement or submit a safe return plan. We drafted a plan, and the plan had to follow a specific template and address the requirements of what had to be in the plan. So we have drafted that plan. We have put that plan on the website on Friday for everyone to see. Comment can be made tonight. We will take into consideration comment when we finalize that plan, which will be tomorrow, because on Thursday we have to submit it. It has to be submitted by the 24th. And that's part one of the application process. Part two of the application process is a plan on how to use the funds. That doesn't have to be until November 24th, something.
November 24th.
November 24th. So after we submit this plan, we will start to work on how we're going to spend the funds. And there are, requirements of, 20% has to go for a certain thing. And basically, everything has to go towards, making up or addressing anything that happened, whether academically, behaviorally, community-wise, based on the pandemic. So, interventions, that type of thing. So like I said, it's on the website, and the board will be asked to review it tonight, but there's no approval process. Now, because we're going to have this safe return plan, through discussion with our attorney, and we decided that we should probably abolish the current 100-page plus plan. Some of that information in there is outdated, it's rather cumbersome, and it's not flexible. This new plan is short. It's very flexible. You can change it at any time as long as you get community input. Every 6 months, you have to review it with the community. And if it needs to be revised, if it was determined, then we revise it. If it doesn't need to be revised, obviously you're not required to revise it, but you have to look at it every 6 months, and we could change it every day if we wanted to. But it just always has to have community input. So if things change and we need to change it, it has that flexibility. So tonight on the agenda, the board will vote on abolishing the old 1648 Restart and Recovery Plan, and we will be using the new Restart Plan once we submit it to the state. And that's it.
I just want to clarify, we are abolishing 1648, but the only impetus for us to have to start another plan is because we want to apply for the ESSER grant. Is that correct?
We have to have a plan. So if we weren't creating this plan for the ESSER grant, we'd either have to keep 1648 or create another plan. So we can't go into the next school year without a plan. The road back supposedly is still in effect, even though the governor took away, his executive 175. The road back is still there. So that requires a plan. So we have to have a plan. This will be our plan.
Bruce, can you clarify that if we've completed the entire phase 6 of the Restart and Recovery Plan, if we still need to produce another plan for the state?
As far as we know right now, we do. We're still waiting to hear from the governor. I know he even spoke about that yesterday in his press conference. He was asked actually about Middletown. And he kind of gave an answer that was not a specific answer, just that they are meeting and some ideas will be forthcoming. So I don't want to get too far ahead of myself with giving legal guidance when we don't know what the Department of Education is going to say or require.
So we don't have that yet. Okay, thank you.
Bruce, quick question. Was the governor's mandate for mask wearing actually considered a law? Because I'm seeing some red lines in our policy here that I don't quite understand.
I think that answer to that question comes down to what is a law or what is the law. When it was part of an executive order, it was not a law in terms of a statute, but it was law that we were required to follow it.
But now we're putting the word law into the plan.
Right.
And if we're doing that, what's the difference between what we're doing and what he did? And why can't we just use the same terminology?
What do you see that's bad in that?
Well, because just as Bruce has explained to me, well, it wasn't quite a law All right, I'm trying to figure out whether in our policy, we're saying we want it to be a law, which means maybe it doesn't need to be
On
legislated.
that policy.
Or can the governor-
Is saying that we will abide by the law.
Was his mandate the law? That's my question.
Is health
Because-
emergency 175 was it?
You were legally required to comply with that.
law. Every district in the state of New Jersey.
No, I agree.
Yeah, so what
I
I,
agree with you. I'm just saying,
yeah,
I just want to know that what we're saying, when we say it's a law, okay, that we're not going to get caught in this loop, well, which we didn't make it a law yet, but it's a mandate.
when I say law, I don't mean a statute. I mean that you are compelled by law to follow whatever the
Mandate.
issue is. Right.
Okay,
So
fair enough.
So what we're saying is, in this plan, that masks are optional unless the state tells us it's not, as well as social distancing.
Masks are optional unless it's
If the-
required by law. That's correct.
And but I think the question here was what, right, because under the Emergency Act, the governor had that authority. Now he doesn't have that authority, but the legislature gave him some kind of authority over wearing masks or not. So do we consider if he says in the fall that you have to wear masks, even though it's under the Emergency Act, that's law?
It depends on how that's implemented. I can't answer that
Okay.
question now because we don't
Can't
know
say
what he's
now.
gonna
Okay,
say.
the reason why we're saying that is because, we get down to the points again about what we're following, what we're not, and why we are, you know what I mean? Like, so, does that make sense?
I talked to, Mrs. Walker about this. I mean, required by law is a pretty objective standard. It's either the law either makes you do it or it's optional. So if it's some type of guidance or recommendation that's not required by law, then you guys have discretion to do it or not.
So,
If it's something that, let's say, for example, there's a statute that gives the Commissioner of Education authority to direct school districts to do something. And if implementing or invoking that statute, the commissioner says you have to do whatever it is, X, Y, Z, then that's required by law. If it's just a recommendation that a school district might have discretion to do this and we recommend it, then you would not be required by law to do it. So I can't answer the question now because neither the governor nor the commissioner has said anything.
okay, so when we get to that point, you'll give us an opinion of
Yeah.
like whatever's out there.
Right.
Whether you consider that law or not. Because we had that
Bruce,
conversation when we were here for that.
Bruce, may I ask you a few questions, please?
Sure.
Are we not as a board required to follow any applicable executive orders issued by the governor?
Yes.
Okay. And are we not as a board required to follow standards and guidance given to us by the New Jersey Department of Health and/or the New Jersey Department of Education?
It depends what those are when you say standards or guidance.
Well, there's a difference. You would agree with me, there's a difference between standards and guidance, correct?
No.
It's hard, I can't speak in general terms like that. It depends on what the specific standard or what the specific guidance is.
Well, standards typically has the force of law. Guidance is simply that, guidance. So for purposes of this discussion, would you agree with me that we are required to follow standards given to us by the Department of Health and the Department of Education?
I'm not comfortable agreeing with that unless I know what the specific standard you're referencing is.
Well, let's assume that it's a standard applicable to all school districts handed down by the Department of Health and the Department of Education.
If it's implemented or invoked in a way that the district is required by law to follow that standard, then it would be required.
Well, then why don't we say that in this policy that we're about to submit?
How many words you want to put in the policy, Tom? By law,
Like-
it's pretty good, no? By law?
No, Frank, there's a discussion right now between Mr. Donlin, Mr. Little, and myself.
Mhm.
Okay. We're concerned about the words by law because we know you're taking the position that unless it's a statute, it is not law. And that, of course, in my opinion, is not the case. And that is what I'm hearing from Mr. Padula. He's telling us, let me finish.
That's exactly not what I said. That's not what I said at all.
That's what
I
you said
answered
about
Mr.
executive
Donlin the opposite.
orders. No, you said that about executive orders.
No, that's not true. You're mischaracterizing what I said. I said there is a discussion about, I said, when I refer to the law, I am not referring to a statute. I am referring to the general concept that the law mandates something.
Okay, but typically law is codified in a statute, correct?
Partially. I mean, you're an attorney, you know, the law comes from statutes, regulations, case law. It's not just a statute.
Well, okay, that's correct. But I'm of the opinion that executive orders, which have application to school districts, have the force of law.
And I agree, when Mr. Donald asked me that, I agreed with him.
Okay, so why do we not put that in this policy then? Rather than be left with the open-ended question of what is law?
I don't think it's open-ended at all. I think it's the most objective standard, because when you start referring to generically standards, guidelines, mandates, whatever, like if it's required by law, it's required by law. It's not a question.
I would say that, just clarifying my statement, I'm not concerned by the fact that it's by law. I just don't know what's written here changes anything where we are now. Like, it seems like we're in the same spot we are now, right? Like, we're optional with masks unless someone says we can't wear, we have to wear masks.
Well, that's what it says in this new policy.
You know what I'm saying is this policy doesn't really change anything. I know there's been a lot of discussions about where we stand with it. That's why I was asking about, well, I'm not concerned about it. I want to know how this policy really changes where we are, like where we are right now.
Well, the way it changes now, right now, well, up until
Does that make sense?
Up until before-
I'm trying to find out to get away from
Listen,
arguments about what
up
we have to do.
until the governor dropped his executive order, we were not wearing masks because of an accommodation that we were giving our students because of the heat. That's what, we were complying with the law, but giving in this accommodation to every student and staff member
Yep.
who felt they needed it. Now, we're just simply saying, this isn't an accommodation anymore. At this point, unless it's required by law, which the executive order has now been dropped, correct? So it's not required by law?
I don't know if it's expired yet. It's 30 days
Or
from the date
Oh, okay,
of
so it
the-
will be expiring. So we're still under that, but when it expires, masks will be
It
optional.
expires July 4th.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I just want to make sure I understand. Like,
It expires July
So, for
4th. And
example,
you know, because these circular
Same
arguments we
result,
had before, I just want to
But
make sure.
just a little different.
John, let me give you an example. So you're required by law to follow the executive order as long as it's, you know, was still in place. The executive order mandated masks, but it also gave exceptions to masks. But implementing the exception, all districts had discretion on how that was implemented. So part of it was required by law, but built in that, there's discretion built in by, you know,
It has
school
to be
administration.
reasonable. So if the executive order was in place in November,
Right.
we couldn't use that accommodation because
Okay.
it's not hot in November.
Now I want to be really clear, John, too. You just brought up something. This is not a policy. This is an application for the ESSER 3 funding that we're discussing. So even though Mary Ellen brought it up during the policy report out, this is not a policy. This is an application. So everyone's getting ahead of themselves.
I
saying
get
it's
you,
a
I get you, but we're voting on eliminating the old plan.
Mhm.
And then we're putting in a new plan that we're not voting on for some reason, but in November, I'm gonna bet when we allocate the funds, we're gonna have to vote on that.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to vote on.
We'll have to
allocation
vote on
of a
it, whether
plan
we
didn't
accept
vote
them
on
or
tonight.
not.
No, when the November comes, we're gonna have to vote on the allocation just like we did for the ESSER 1 and 2. And based on a plan that we're not voting on. So I understand why don't we just vote on the plan?
Because we need the flexibility in the plan. And you know what it takes to change a policy. It takes at least a month. And we need quicker flexibility in our plan. If this is policy, it's not even a regulation where we can change.
Okay.
What?
It takes 2 meetings.
Takes 2
You know what I mean? But
meetings.
does it have to be a policy for us to vote on? No.
The board has to vote
No,
on
I get-
policy.
I mean,
But no, I get that.
could they vote on this plan?
You could eventually vote on this plan. I've actually advised several of my school districts to implement the plan, even going back from the beginning of the school year, just as by resolution, not by implementing a policy, because it gave you the flexibility. to
Yeah, I mean,
adjust it.
either way, you vote on it or
Yeah.
not, so I guess, but we're not voting on it, either way.
Here's the problem with this plan, and Mary Ellen said it before, it could be changed every day. Are we gonna vote on it every time we change the plan? It's a pretty well sought out plan, I think, that Mary Ellen put forth that says we're abiding by the state law.
Well, I mean,
What else are we
like Frank,
gonna
we've had,
do?
like, there's been a bunch of discussions, right? Also in policy committees, reading the minutes, right? There's been a lot of back and forth on the old plan, so it's not like,
But the old
it's not like there's been a lot to
The
discuss.
old
and
plan
change
had
to it.
too many things that made no sense. I mean, you had guidelines over here, but mandates over here, but law over here. It was all over the place. It was put
Right.
together differently. Last year was a treacherous year, as we all know. And now we're getting more flexibility in our plans and our guidelines to go forward. I think this plan that's written was well done.
I just want to say one thing, that plan that we had is now over, right? We completed it.
Well, it could still go on, but there's
If we
so many
wanted to.
things in it that we're not following because things have changed.
No, I'm fine with that. I'm saying
So,
is
no, I'm
we're
just
we're
trying to
getting
say
rid
it
of
was
one
very
and going to
restrictive,
another.
and it was very prescriptive.
Right.
And we needed that in the beginning. We needed to get schools open. We needed to have a really detailed guide, not only to guide us, but to give our families and our teacher, and our, everybody in the district confidence that we had
I'm
a
not
really good
arguing that.
plan.
What I'm
Not
saying
everybody
is-
knows.
What I'm saying is we didn't vote on we voted on the policies
Yeah.
last time, right? And that was after the fact, whatever. So what I'm saying is if we get to the point, which I don't know if it's a high likelihood, I don't think it is, just my own personal opinion, that masks or whatever have to be worn in September. But when we get there, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page, that we're agreeing to, I guess we're not, since we're not voting on it. So I just want to make sure we don't get into these, we get into these arguments about things when, we're kind of like, right now, we're looking at this plan, we're not voting on it. That if we have to cross that bridge where something comes up by law, that we don't have these arguments. Because I know we had a meeting, I know you weren't here, because I think someone was sitting in for you, we asked, okay, what, about law. So I want to make sure that we're ready for those conversations instead of like these circular conversations we had and everyone's talking, and it's like, well, we're not really being asked for an action. That makes
In my
sense.
mind,
Like,
I
we
wrote
need to be
this.
here to talk about actions.
Yes.
And I think we should, I think we should opine on the plan myself and the board, but, because we're gonna have to do it in November
Can I just
anyway.
say something? Look, we already wrote the plan, and our idea of law was things like executive orders,
Yeah.
legislatures, or anything that would mandate us to have to do this.
Right.
The Department of Health and the Department of Ed have not yet, and I don't know, I guess there's a possibility they could, have never mandated. They put out recommended minimum standards, recommended standards, but they did not put out mandated standards.
Well, they were based on the executive order.
Yeah.
That's why the first plan was so extensive.
Well,
Because there were multiple executive orders.
I also want
became-
to say that
105 pages, I mean, right? like,
but these
that's a
plans that
lot.
we're talking about, they serve it's similar, but they are different purposes. Like, like Mr. Padula even said, the NJDOE hasn't come out with, like, they came out with that roadmap, and we had to have this plan that the NJDOE wanted us to have to return to school. The reason we need this plan is this is being mandated by the federal
No,
government.
I understand that.
Just to show that you have, something put together to support your future application.
All I want to do is just
for
make
funding.
clear what we're saying.
Wait, hang on, Amy. This is not being mandated that the federal government is saying we need to have a plan. This is being, if we want to apply for funds, we need to.
That's
do
what
the
I
plan.
just said.
Yeah, but actually, we were told yesterday from the county office that if the district does not submit a plan, there is a federal penalty.
Right,
That was
but
the
we
words
don't know what the
county office.
penalty is, and the
Yes.
penalty may
We don't know.
be just that you're not eligible
Right, we
for
don't
these funds.
Yeah.
That is what I said,
But
though.
this is a plan.
This
This
is
isn't something we
required
can
to
do.
apply
Yeah.
for
I mean,
these
like I
funds.
said, it looks fine. I just want to make sure that we understand what we're saying.
So we
So
were
we
in
have to cross that
agreement.
bridge. We're not
We
like.
were in agreement.
No, I think we're all in agreement.
Myself.
Yeah, may I ask a question of the administration, please?
1 second. What we were in agreement with, myself and you and 5 other board members, wrote a letter to the governor and
Yes.
said we'd like to make masks optional.
Correct.
So let's not put more wording here. Let's leave it.
No,
as it
no,
goes.
I think that's my point. I'm not saying I'm against the
Let's
option.
abolish the old.
I understand what I said, and I'm fine with it. My point is, I just remember other board meetings where there's just people talking, and it was, we had some question of the lawyer who sat in for Bruce, and there was no clarity. So I'm just gonna say, I want to understand what would tip us over from doing this. And I don't want to have these nutty arguments about what's going on. I want to make sure clarity as we get to that point, if something could turn us around. No, I'm fine with it. I just don't, these conversations were more of like, I don't know what they were. Like, unfortunately, pep rallies, because we weren't really talking about what the action had to be to change
This
things.
is when we're gonna have clarity, probably sometime on August 30th or 31st, and they throw something right at you.
Yeah, no, I get it. I just, I want to make sure that we're all on the same page of what we're saying, that if something comes out that is law, we're not going to sit here and argue about it.
Whether it's law or not. I
Right,
get it.
like, you know what I'm saying? Like, like the governor had powers at one time. And I think our counsel, when he was, sitting there, was saying, that's a law. And then there was arguments about, and it's like, well, why are we talking about it? Because we have no choice. That's all I'm saying. I agree, the letter, yeah, I agree with, I'm fine with what you're saying. Optional is fantastic. I just don't want to get in these inane conversations again.
I think we take one day at a time. I think the way the plan is written.
We could, yeah, but we've been talking about masks for like most of the year.
Apparently, it got brought up yesterday in Governor Murphy's press conference that this is what we wrote. And so.
Yeah, okay, it's fine. I'm just asking the question.
Just one question.
May I ask a question of administration, please? With respect to the plan that's been incorporated into the draft application, did the New Jersey Department of Education made available to you as a district a templated plan? Is that correct?
They gave
As a
us the
starting point?
template. Now, the state actually has a plan. The state created their own plan. You go on the website and see their plan. It's much more
headings.
extensive.
It's heavy.
They gave.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Mary Ellen? The state created a plan?
Actually has I guess the state had to create a plan also. No? I thought, yeah.
Their plan.
Yeah.
The template, I think Mr. Time was referring
What I'm trying
to
to
is
say.
categories.
But then we had a template, and the template had categories, like it was universal and correct wearing of masks was the first category. Right? It was things like that we had to then say how we were going to do that. So we started out saying our masks are optional unless, required by law. And then if they are required by law, this is how we will, get universal and correct mask wearing, right? So it was these 8 categories that we had to provide information on for our plan. And they're pretty much the same categories that we had to have, most of them, like 7 out of the 8 were exactly the categories that we had to have for our road back. But we just had so much more information in them because we needed it then. Right now, we were just reinventing school at that point. We know how to do it now. It's I can't say it's second nature, and thank God, but we have our cleaning procedures in place. We don't need to write them all down in a plan. We know what to do. We have them written down somewhere else for our custodial staff. So this was the categories that we had to put in, and we just put in what we're going to do in those categories. Now, whether they accept it or not, I don't know. I can't imagine the federal government is going to not accept that, because there's a lot of states that for a while have said, masks are optional for months. So they're not going to get any ESSER funds. I doubt it.
Mary Ellen, is the county or state going to review on behalf of the federal government?
The state, we have to put it in what's called our eWig platform. It goes to the state.
And the state will review it on behalf of the federal?
I don't know whether they compile it and send it to the federal. I don't know. I don't know how it's working, but we have to submit it to them.
And I thank you for the information. Like I said, I'm fine with it. I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah. So the information in there is what was required.
I have a question. I think it was Friday was when we got the draft plan. And not a few hours later, got a second draft plan with changes that were recommended by board members. And that's the way it was put to me. And when I looked, the only thing that was changed was by law. So
I highlighted all the changes,
Yeah, but I didn't see anything else.
Well, that was the recommended. And tonight,
Right.
that's what I said. All this input is what's going to be used to create the final draft. So, all board members, community members have an option to supply us input.
Okay.
And then we'll consider that when making the final draft. So if anybody else has a change they want, that was recommended by Frank, because I had put, Department of Ed, Department of Health, legislator, governor, and there may be others. So by law does probably cover it a little bit better. I had put mandated. I don't know. I guess mandated could be a less, definite term, like who mandated it. Law's law.
Mary Ellen, so the only comment you received from a board member was from Mr. Capone?
I honestly don't.
No, Tom, I made comments as well.
yeah,
I made
yeah,
comments
okay.
regarding,
All right, so-
regarding the mask, hand over hand mask putting on for special needs children. I made plenty of comments as well.
Yeah,
That's
I
fine.
said that
So-
one too, yeah.
Why are you guys not just waiting till now to make your comments? No one else got back to her.
We didn't know you made comments.
It was in the
And
email.
I-
Because I'm
Your
not allowed
comments
to,
were-
I'm not allowed
Your
to.
comments
respond to
were
the
not
entire
shared
board.
with, your
Did you
comments
Yeah.
were,
That night.
may I finish? Your comments, for whatever reason, were not shared with us. But apparently, the comments made by you to the superintendent resulted in a change to the original draft.
Did you make your comments, Tom?
As you were requested too to make comments, Tom. We all got the same
I'm
email.
making my comment now based on what I've been given by the
Oh, okay.
superintendent.
Go to bed.
So we have some changes which were made by a couple of board members. And I don't understand why those comments weren't shared with the other members of the board.
That could
were
potentially be a
sent to you.
violation of the Open Public Meetings Act if the entire board was emailing about policy.
But what I did, Tom, is I highlighted the changes. When I sent it, I said there were some board members that made suggestions that I took some of them and put them in there and highlighted. Like Jackie, we had decided by law, like that was a recommendation. We said, yeah, that makes sense. And then in other places, I forgot, I didn't put it, like there was, I think, one place that it still said, you know, governor or legislator or whatever. And just to be consistent, we changed that. I had two board members at different times recommend taking out one little hand over hand, which, you know, made no, you know, the plan is fine without it. And I think the only two changes.
So basically, all we're really saying is
Yeah.
that Board of Ed folks
Yeah.
got to make comments
Got to get an
before the public
opportunity.
conversation,
Yes.
which we're saying that was
Yeah.
done. And now
Yeah.
what the public saw was all the accumulation of all those.
I wanted to show
But
the
Mr. Padula,
public
like
as much
you
of
said,
a
this is not a
distraction as I
policy though,
could.
right?
This is not a policy.
Yeah.
All it is right now is
Right.
the plan that you're required to provide to be eligible for ESSER funds. If and when those are granted to you and you want to accept them, you would then have to implement this plan or some version of this plan in accordance with the ESSER grant.
And how will we track changes going forward? Would be like every meeting we'll say we've made these edits, or how will the public know if like their
Well,
comments
we're
got?
gonna have to put it on an agenda and take comments, so there'll probably be an item that, you know, we're requesting to change or, you know, in the plan. And, you know, take
Like I
public
could see
comment.
people making comments and saying, well, my change wasn't made, you know, like. I don't-
Well, that's.
That's what I wanted to
I'm not
ask,
saying board
what
members
was your
think-
change?
No,
I don't know.
The word
I wanted to know the
consideration.
meaning of the law
Okay,
issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the public.
I didn't get that.
Comments.
Yeah,
You know,
And we'll
I
take
gotta
into
be policy, you know,
consideration the
so I
comments,
gotta
but
do that.
it's not that
Right.
someone's gonna say, make a change and it'll be made.
No, yeah,
you
because I'm
know?
saying the public's gonna make comments,
Yeah.
or make
It
potentially
could
make
be
changes
something we
based on
didn't
that.
think of, like, oh, yeah.
So we
that's right.
might not.
Yeah. Yeah, but like Frank said, by law, and I'm like, you know, that probably makes sense. That's better than me
No.
just trying to list everything that could possibly happen. So, you know, things like that are definitely worth considering and changing.
So any changes that are made, we update the public, whether it's from public commentary here or.
Well, this is just a draft, so what's gonna happen after we,
So tonight,
get
when
these
people
things-
speak,
we're gonna take it down, and then we'll read, tomorrow, we'll put a final draft based on everything we hear, and, you know, on our decision, because the administration has, you know, the decision, we have to implement this plan.
Right.
And we'll put the final plan up there that we're going to submit.
can people email if they can't make it tonight, if a change or?
I think it has to go in by the 24th, right?
Yeah, we have to, by tomorrow, we have to have this plan, so if they do it tomorrow morning.
We have a mechanism on the website to receive public comment before it
Okay,
goes through
so they go to the
email,
website,
so
yeah,
we
okay.
haven't received any yet.
Yeah.
but-
I think the whole point of putting it on the website was to get that public comment by tonight.
Yeah,
so
this
that
was
they
our,
could-
this was our time for public comment tonight, yeah,
Okay.
and it's actually says in the plan, this is.
No,
our
I
public
understand.
comment. All right,
And I believe the email that went to the board said, if you have any comments or changes,
I
recommendations.
don't remember
I
exactly.
don't know
but
what it said, but I know that it
probably
went to everybody because everybody has a right to, I mean, I thought it was great that we had the opportunity to make a comment if we needed to. Whether our comments got in or not is another thing, but you know, the last one, we really didn't have a say. It was done and that was it.
No, we didn't.
We didn't have a say. At least this is a, you know, reaching out, letting us be a part of
Abolishing the old way.
going forward.
I put community and board input will be considered before finalizing the plan.
No, I understood, I'm trying to make it,
Yeah, I just wanted to-
people are gonna
somebody
speak
asked.
tonight,
Yeah,
I take
somebody
emails,
asked.
make sure how they get their comments in there.
Yeah, I'm not questioning you, John, I just wanted out in the public that we did give, you know, the entire board. the
Yeah, so the
And
board
then-
had comments before.
Yeah, and then somebody wrote, don't reply all. because-
Yes.
Yeah,
You can't reply. Okay,
which is a natural thing you want to do.
yeah. Okay, so we're done with policy. Now we did ESER two too, right? ESER four. All right, so the next is curriculum and instruction.
We didn't have a meeting, but you probably.
Yeah, so we have been working really hard the last couple of weeks finalizing summer programs. So we have some initial updates in terms of participation in our programs, which we think is really important to share out. We've had tremendous response from the community for the different summer programs we're going to offer, most of which are going to be the original ESSER CARES Act funding, as well as the ESSER 2 application that we put forward to the county. So right now, as of today, we have over 160 elementary and middle school students who are signed up to participate in summer instrumental music sessions.
Wow.
160,
That's great.
and it's growing. We have over 300 students in K-5 participating in our traditional SOAR program. That is a very large number. We have over 80 students in middle school, grades 6 to 8, right now registered for SOAR. We have over 200 students registered for the new acceleration camps, the K-5 acceleration camps.
It's voluntary.
That's voluntary.
That's good.
And we have over 250 students registered for our Jumpstart AP, Geometry, and Algebra 2 programs. That's a high number. It's still growing. We have over 200 students registered for our virtual book clubs. We have over 200, I think it's 220 initial registrations for middle school and high school credit recovery summer school. That is a number that's in flux because it's being updated every day. Parents and students are making those decisions. Some students have since been able to pass their courses, whether it was late work, finalizing, up until yesterday, completion of assignments or tests. So that number can switch, and it may grow as well. So we're still monitoring that. But that is a new program that we'll be offering this year. That is solely being supported by the ESSER 2 funds, which is the main purpose of much of that funding. We will be scheduling a meeting. We have already talked about some tentative topics for our next meeting. We will go over our most recent student data analysis from our Linkage C, Form C administration. Dr. Kerrigan has already started to review that information. That will help us in planning for the start of next school year. We also started meeting today, and we want to talk to the committee about our assessment schedule for 21-22, knowing that we'll have the additional inclusion of the Start Strong assessments that are required by the NJDOE. Those will be in sometime in September to early October. That it was in lieu of this past spring's NJSLA assessment.
Will be the same sort of, I know we spoke about this, will be like basically the same thing for students.
It's a compressed, much more shortened version.
More compressed.
We were told, what, 45 minutes, John?
Yep.
For ELA and 45 minutes for math.
Oh, really?
It's-
Okay.
It's a compressed,
All right.
consolidated form of NJSLA.
Okay.
But that would be on their previous year standards.
Right.
So it's like, instead of doing it in the spring, they're just gonna do it in September. We still have to factor in our local assessments. And then we have to factor in, we're assuming NJSLA for their next year's grade will be administered like it traditionally is in the spring. So there is that, addition, we're just trying to make it manageable. We know we have a lot of things that are going to be going on, and we have some students who haven't been in school at that point for like 18 months. So we also want to focus on SEL, social emotional, and just, reacclimating them to the learning environment. So we already started today reviewing the assessment schedule and coming up with recommendations. We want to talk to the committee about that, as well as the 20% reserve that is mandated for learning programs to address learning in the ESSER 3 application that we'll have to start to submit. And we already have some needs that are popping up. We met with Michelle Tiedemann today. So there's gen ed, there's special ed, there's professional development, and there already are additional needs that we're identifying. And we also want to talk about some new student programs that we've been talking about in the last couple of months for starting in the future.
And the programs are voting items tonight, right? In terms of, right, there's voting items for that tonight?
No.
I thought there were for staffing.
Oh, for staffing, yes. Sorry. Yep, for personnel. Yep.
And when are the parents gonna know the schedules for each program?
Devin is finalizing that right now with the teachers who, once they're recommended, approved tonight, she can finalize the schedules and the groupings, but and the weeks. Parents pretty much already know the weeks that they've signed up for. If it's a multi-week program or like summer school for credit recovery, that's a mandated 60 hours. So that's the full July 12th to August 20th, and that's required for credit recovery.
Is that in person?
It is all these programs are in person except for the AP, for the Jumpstart programs and the book clubs. All the other programs are in person.
Plus it's virtual.
But book clubs and the Jumpstart programs are virtual.
I have a few other questions. I don't know. Frank, are you finished?
Sorry?
Are you finished with your questions?
Yes.
I jumped in. I had a few other questions. First, I want to know, what are they going to be doing on the virtual book club? Is it, they're going to discuss the books? Are they all going to read the same book?
Yep.
And
Yeah, we advertised, we had, what was it, over 40 teachers, I think Cindy
Yes.
said today? 40 teachers, K-12, and they've already advertised the book, and most of them are aligned to the summer reading recommended lists. so that it's, supporting the students while they're doing their recommended summer reading. And they meet 4 to 5 hours over the summer, so they'll do like half out, but adjusted to the grade level to make it developmentally appropriate.
We have a lot of elementary, meaning like first grade to fifth grade.
Yes. And there's it's very consistent K-12, the participation.
Another question, on the music program that you have, what grade levels is that for?
We're doing rising third grade. It's going to start with students entering 4th grade through 8th grade.
Now, but we don't have a music program. We still have them?
Instrumental music in 4th and 5th grade.
And we have the extra? Because I'm just wondering with the kids, as far as they used to have bands and stuff. Do we still have? Okay,
Yeah, in 4th and 5th grade. That's why we're doing
Fourth and
the,
fifth, what about young, no younger than that?
no, it's been 4th and 5th. Yeah. 3/4, yeah, they get the 3/4. But where they rent the instruments,
Right.
that starts. in
I'm just
4th grade.
concerned because if we don't cultivate them when they're young, I don't know what's gonna happen for high school, when we get to the middle school and the high school.
We've had very good success. Our band, our instrumental music program is very robust. We took a hit, I'm using that word, but we've seen a hit this year because of students being virtual, concerns within playing the instruments, quite honestly, being able to host the lessons, indoors. There were some students who chose not to participate. So this was something, when we talked about it, and we spoke about it with the instrumental music teachers, we started to see a decline in our 6th grade enrollments for instrumental music. And this is really, we're very confident with the numbers that we're seeing, that should help resolve that issue.
But this is virtual again.
No, it's in person.
Is it?
Instrumental
Okay,
music is
okay.
It'll be here at High School North.
Okay, no problem.
And all of the middle school instrumental teachers are on the agenda for tonight to be
I
approved,
see.
and several of our elementary.
That's really good stuff.
Yep,
Yeah,
it's great.
because it means a lot.
Well, those were the lost opportunities we've been talking about,
Exactly.
the last couple of months.
Some elementary schools took some damage in terms of.
Thank you.
So the accelerated program, that number you said was like a couple hundred, 250. Are we happy with that number?
Yes, yeah, because that's only K to 5.
So that's a good, it seemed like a nice number.
That's a very good number. Yeah.
That's great.
And they're strategy camps. So students who maybe, for whatever reason, due to lost opportunity, maybe didn't fully develop their phonemic awareness skills, maybe it's writing skills, it could be word study, it could be comprehension skills. They're going to be very specific, and the parents knew what they were registering for.
Great.
So we have quite a few kids participating.
Yeah, that's a lot of students.
All over the place,
Mhm.
right?
That's not including ESY,
I
so,
Right. They're not traveling. They're gonna be doing all this stuff.
yeah,
Yeah. That's a good.
It's nice when you actually get funding,
yeah,
things you can do.
and what you can do, yeah.
Very exciting.
We talked about doing this years ago. We never could come up with the funding. This is a great opportunity. Is that it for curriculum? All right, student activities. Leonora?
Well, we didn't have a meeting, but there's some stuff on here, so.
Informational
I
item.
have some questions about it.
Back to school calendar was uploaded to the board portal, so everyone has an opportunity for it to take a look at that for next year.
Okay,
Are they all planned in person?
As of right now, yes.
I have a question, because I noticed in notes that the coaches are there. But in middle school, we have fall, spring and fall. But in high school, we only have fall.
There's no spring in high school.
I know it's, what?
I said there's no spring in high school.
Now, the coaching hiring, is that what you're referring to?
It's,
Yeah, she's saying the list.
the list is here.
I think it's just fall sports for high school, you're saying, and for
Yeah.
middle school, it's for like.
And I know we
We do
normally
each season
used
though,
to,
I thought, right?
but we used to, right, we only did like fall. We would only do fall and on everything, but for some reason we have the middle school spring and fall. Which, why don't we have the high school? Being that we have the middle school, we were able to do it.
Well,
this
first of all, the interviewing for,
This list.
that there's many fewer jobs to interview and choose the candidates, you know, to go through the whole, they have to go through the whole process, so they're probably just not there. There's so many more just in the fall than there are for all 3 seasons at a middle school. So it'll be there. They just probably don't have the candidates yet. They might not even post it yet, but
A lot of times, especially at the high school, you know, they're looking for coaches that there's a possibility that they could be on the agenda tonight to be hired and they haven't had the opportunity to apply. So looking for the best candidates to fill, you know, the fall, the winter and spring positions. A lot of these coaches that are in for the middle schools have been the coaches for a while. So there wasn't, you know, a vacancy necessarily. They just continued to reapply for the position. But the priority was obviously
Okay,
to get them on.
I know it's normally just the fall,
Yeah.
where we work on very hard to get them, okay. And I told you about that other particular thing you would take off.
yes.
About that coach. Thank you.
Alrighty. There was no meeting, shared services this month, strategic planning. We had an update the last 2 meetings ago. Personnel, we had closed session tonight, so everybody was updated. That's it for our committee reports. So at this time, we'd like to open it up to the public for comments on agenda items only. Right. Seeing no one?
There is one hand.
Oh, there is, okay.
There's one hand.
I'm sorry.
It's now taken away. It was Jeannie Isaacson.
There's still one up there.
That's Brendan Cullinane.
Okay,
So
Back up
first one's Brendan.
first one's Brendan.
Okay, is he there? Brendan?
Is that?
No, he's there.
You see him?
Yeah, he's walking around.
Oh, he's got the camera on.
Good though.
One.
Yeah, I guess we're.
Yeah, we
done
can
with that.
go to the next.
Yeah.
Yeah, shut
go
that
to
off.
the-
That's interesting.
Can you,
There we go.
Thank you. Next one,
This Jeannie Isaacson.
okay. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Jeannie Isaacson from 499 Roxbury Road, Belford. I wanted to just address something when you were talking about following the law. And it boggles my mind because the governor has, violated our constitutional rights with his overreach of power. And with this plan that we're going to submit, and Mary Ellen Walker, commenting on the funding, is it we're sacrificing our children just for the funding? Like we're gonna, abide by the rules and the law. And if, he wants us to put the mask back on our children, the depression, the headaches, the fatigue, the acne, the asthma, the anxiety, none of that comes into play. Like we don't care what happens to our kids as long as we follow the rules that Murphy puts into place just so we can get funding for the schools. He keeps ripping the funding away from us. This really annoys me. When we went mask optional on June 9th, my daughter comes home and I take a letter out of her backpack that she wrote to, just an imaginary person. But it says, today is June 9th and something's a little different. We don't have to wear masks in school anymore. Love, Ella. Oh, and a sad face. And we do have plexiglass, but I feel happy. That ripped me to shreds reading that my daughter wrote a letter to no one about being happy that she didn't have to wear a mask. To think that I'm masking my child's happiness destroys me inside as a parent. I will never, ever do that again to them. It's so sad that it's okay for the rest of the world to not have to wear a mask anywhere, but when these kids go to school, we have to mask them just so we can follow the rules of the governor who is way out of line. I don't understand when we start looking at our kids and how they matter and count. And we look at everything going on in the world, like, when does this end? That's all I have to say. I'm just so disgusted with everything. And I would like to say thank you for every board member that did write the letter to the governor in regards to the mask. I truly appreciate that, and I'm glad that that happened. For the board members that didn't want to sign the letter, we totally understand where you stand and how you're not there for our kids, and we will take care of that come November. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Online, no.
Is there
Oh,
a
is there a
microphone
mic
or is it on the table?
Is there a mic there?
Right, I'm loud enough. Yeah, I think you have to do it so you can get recorded though.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Jamie Sonacor, 5 Windermere Road in Windcroft. I'm really excited to see the summer curriculum. And we're new to town. This is our first year in Windcroft, in Middletown. So thank you for welcoming us. What's concerning about the summer programs is that I haven't had a chance to see my children's assessment yet for the end of the school year, which ended yesterday. So I don't really know if they can benefit other than what I'm seeing at home. I have no feedback from the school or their teachers, and I can't get access to the parent portal until later this week. So, and once I do, there's no more opportunity to have dialogue with the teachers. It's the end of their year. So my recommendation is how do we as parents get more access to that? Given the technology, it should be easier and more transparent and flow much sooner. The district we came from, I got those assessments way before the end of the year. So that's just what I'm used to. I just want to make a comment about that.
Is there somebody that she could get in touch with to?
Well, I believe the portal is because of the end of year and the entering of the grades, but I thought it was open now.
We've emailed the school principal
Tomorrow, I think. She closes for like a day or two, so they.
Oh, to roll over the grades,
She's
yeah.
talking about tests, so I'm not sure.
Well, the
Assessments.
reason why there was a delay this year is because every district pushed back the assessments. We normally do our assessments earlier at the end of the year, so
Right,
they
ours
are
were
available. We had to push them back, which most districts did. We had to delay that, and Dr. Kerrigan is, we're getting the report, we just got the report today, I believe.
Yeah, okay, so they're not available yet, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, my question as a parent is then, so I get them, let's say tomorrow or Thursday or Friday, I don't have any more accessibility to those teachers, correct?
They're gone, yeah.
Yeah,
You can always email the teachers,
You can.
talk to the principal.
And the principal.
And you can, and on the board website, there's the curriculum directors.
Okay.
But
So
we're
this is
accepting
not the norm.
registrations.
So this is not the norm, okay.
It's a different year in everything.
Appreciate that, thank you. And the registration for the summer program?
We're still accepting.
Okay, is there a deadline?
I mean, they start July 12th, so.
Okay.
July 11th?
Yeah.
Thank you for, I know we don't normally have a back and forth, but I think some of this stuff is
Thank
important
you.
and it's new to a lot of people, even us. So,
It's a little different from what we normally do.
yes.
It's a lot different.
Anybody else? No other hands? Right.
Good to choose from tonight. Hey. Hi, everyone, Jessica Brink, Acorn Court, Fort Monmouth. I typed this up before I came. It's kind of ironic because it actually talks to a lot of the points that you guys talked to about the confusion about the definition of things, and it's what I talked about last time when I was here. Amy, thank you. I know I put you through the ringer with public records requests. But it's important because it's informed a lot of what I'm going to say right now, and it's going to demonstrate the confusion that we went into this year with. Hopefully we can prevent that confusion going into next year. So I'm just going to read this. This school year started off pretty bumpy, to say the least. As I mentioned previously, it is my belief that medical policy was incorrectly interpreted by non-medical personnel, and such misinterpretation has led to a school year of chaos and an endless number of harms being caused to children. I regret that it took me as long as it did to get involved, but nonetheless, I'm here, and I can assure you that hopefully we will not start the next school year with so much uncertainty and overreach. So here is where my belief comes from. These are public records requests. I'm not going to name names, but since these emails, I have them, so you'll have them as well. Email dated September 8th, 2020 from administration, and I'm just reading parts here. I'll try to get up to speed as quickly as I can. I'll wait for XYZ's approval before we start disseminating. Can parents opt to have their students wear a face shield instead of a mask or face covering, and have that be their option with a note from the parent, no doctor note required? That's what I'm getting from the protocol, so I want to make sure we understand it correctly. Email September 9th, 2020. In part, again, I just think we need to be clear to all. Are we requiring a note or anything besides a mask? Or is the option for all students a mask or a shield at parents' discretion? September 22nd. This is from administration regarding student in need of a mask accommodation. Wondering if I should tell this parent that he will need to continue to wear a mask until we've resolved this issue. In response to that, guidance from the state indicates that students must wear a mask unless one of their criteria is met. And then the email goes on to list the criteria. One criteria is inhibits health. The second criteria is extreme heat. That email closes with, I'll go back through our plan policy later to find more specifics. But we have been telling students, parents, and staff that a mask is required unless the above criteria is met, and in capital letters, documentation is provided. So hopefully you're seeing that early in the year, there was some confusion as to the interpretation of this medical policy. And someone was saying, like, I'm not really clear on this. We need some guidance. Is it this or this? Is it this and this? So words do matter. So December 8th. Oh wait, September 22nd. Yes, the student must stay out of school unless and until a reasonable accommodation is approved by our doctor. Somebody made a decision. It wasn't a medical person, I can tell you that much. December 8th. My initial thought is that they would have to provide medical documentation. And at that point, we would still need to review the request and documentation. Fast forward to May 25th, the end of this year. After policies on the website regarding mask accommodations were questions and parents started looking into these things, there's an email that says, please look into this. What does the website say? What is our practice? Is it carried out consistently throughout our district? So in my mind, this demonstrates confusion throughout the entire year. And at the end of the year, there was no clarity, and we're still here talking about clarity, which we don't have. So does this give us confidence going into next year? As I said, from what I know, not one of these emails came from a medical professional. Nobody has a medical license making these decisions as far as I can tell. And clearly they're impacting the health of children, as we've heard from parents' testimony. I don't want to start next year like this, and I don't think anybody else does. So I reviewed the draft for the safe return plan, and I see issues just like you guys discussed the issues tonight. I'm noticing them, and I'm letting you know that hopefully we can address these things before September rolls around. And I'm just going to run through a few of them now. Mask wearing for all students, staff, and visitors will be optional unless required by law. So we need a definition for law. And I have one. It comes from the Constitution of our state, and it says, the laws of this state shall begin in the following style, be it enacted by the state and the General Assembly of the state of New Jersey. So there is a definition for what a law is, and that's how it starts. If there's going to be some other interpretation of that, then we need to know it. We need to be clear about it so that parents have a thorough understanding of what's going to happen and who's going to be held accountable if it's not held to. So also from that draft, all staff members and students will be required to wear a face mask in accordance with the law, but we need to be clear on what that law is. Accommodations for an individual who is unable to wear a face mask will be addressed according to that individual's need and in accordance with applicable laws and regulations. So now we've got laws and we've got regulations. And in another sentence, it says, if New Jersey state mandates social distancing in schools classrooms, the following protocols will be implemented in Middletown public schools. So now we've got laws, regulations, and mandates. If the school is not able to maintain the social distancing requirements required by law, then additional modifications may be implemented. So hopefully you see the conflict that I'm pointing out here and that I personally can't make sense of, and hopefully we can come to some decision on it before the beginning of the year. Mandates is referenced, we talk about laws, we talk about requirements. Is a mandate a law? Is a requirements a law? I don't know that we've answered that yet. We need to know exactly what additional modifications are. Is it plexiglass? Is it 6 foot of social distance? Is it all 3 of those things that our kids have been dealing with for a year? It leaves things open to too much ambiguity, inconsistency, and honestly, it leads to harm to children that I've witnessed firsthand. We've heard about firsthand. We can't let it continue. 2 more points and I'm out of here because I dragged my friend from New Hampshire to this meeting because I knew it was important. Thank you, Megan. Face masks, signage, and verbal cues will be displayed and utilized in property and inside buildings. I pray that this comment isn't necessary and that face masks aren't required, but we can't be too careful. So if at some point masks are required by law, we need to know how they're going to be enforced. Who will have the authority to reprimand the children and what for? What will be the punishment for non-compliance and who will be notified? Because in my experience, kids were being bullied because their mask was below their nose or they needed a mask break. Young kids, oh, your kid can ask for a mask break whenever he wants. Kids aren't going to ask for a mask break if they're being punished for pulling their mask below their nose. So we need to be clear on these things. And I apologize if I sound harsh, but you guys know where I'm coming from. Lastly, hand sanitizing stations with alcohol-based hand sanitizers, at least 70% alcohol, will be located in or near classrooms, entrances, exits, buildings, lunchrooms, APRs, and bathrooms. We need to be clear about the availability and distribution of hand sanitizer. Where I was working, it was offered at virtually every juncture. The kid came off the bus, there was someone standing there with a pump, and every kid got a squirt of hand sanitizer. They left the classroom, they came back in the classroom, they got a squirt of hand sanitizer. It was a constant thing. Kids didn't have a choice. If someone is offering a kid something, they're gonna put out their hand and they're gonna take it. Even though their mom probably told them, honey, don't use that hand sanitizer, chances are they use the hand sanitizer. So the FDA last week released a warning regarding alcohol-based hand sanitizers and inhalation risks. It's, in addition to the inhalation hazards, it's a skin irritation. I mean, kids have ended up with severe eczema and a lot of skin issues because of hand sanitizers. So we need to know that it will not be offered as, someone standing at the door with a pump. And children should have the choice to use it on their own terms when they choose to. It's not something that should, in my opinion, be offered to them at every juncture of entering or exiting. All right, that's all I got.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hi, thank you. Erin Squinos from Shoreline Terrace. I thank Mr. Capone and Jackie and all the board members who did write the letter to Governor Murphy. I think it was very important and needed and appreciated by parents. I am thankful for the policy, the plan that you put on the website about mask optional in September. I am going on the optimistic bus and saying that that will be the norm and these conversations will be able to be ceased. But unfortunately, I live in reality and I don't trust the people in charge, not the administration here, but the people who are above you. And I'm fearful for our students and what September may look like. I spoke about my daughter before, she's 8. And she came home on the last day of school ecstatic because she was able to take down the plexiglass. And the fact that that is what she's going to remember of her last day of school was just sad to me. And these kids' expectations for September is normalcy. That's what they're going into September expecting. And what they consider to be normal school. I know the preschoolers and the kindergartens, they don't even know what normal school is, but for the first graders, the second grade, the elementary level, they are expecting to go back to school in September and have a normal experience. So before any laws are abided by and any plans are changed before September, I think that I'm asking the board and the administration to really take into account how our children are processing this. My daughter, when I came home that afternoon, when the letter came out saying masks are optional effective June 8th, she was ecstatic. That morning, both my children woke up asking, "Are you sure, Mom? We're not gonna get in trouble. Our principal said it's okay. Are you sure?" And I had to reassure them for 15 minutes that they were not going to get in trouble for not wearing a mask to school. My daughter insisted I put a mask in her bag, even though I told her, it's our choice. You don't have to wear one. You will see people wearing masks. You will see students wearing masks. You will see teachers wearing masks, and that's okay. That's their choice, and that's what this is all about. But she insisted on putting a mask in her bag. I did. I was not going to tell her she was wrong. I put the mask in her bag. She came home and said, I hated asking the question, but I had to ask the question. You know, how was it? Who was, was your friends wearing masks? What was going on? And she was like, everything was good. We were allowed to talk to our friends, but I felt like I had to put my mask on because I was not 6 feet away from my friend. And I had to explain to her that that was okay, that you didn't need a mask, that you were okay, that your friend was okay. And the fact that I still had to reassure her was upsetting to me. I think what needs to be in the plan, as we've stated before, is some wording of not bullying, whether it be from peers or teachers or bullying without bullying. You can stand here and talk to me, but you can't come up to my desk and talk to me because you're not wearing a mask. I'm an educator, and I do have one question that I know that no one can answer, but if this was a law since September that all school districts had to follow in the state of New Jersey, then how come every school district was doing something different? My school district has been parental choice for masks since September. So, and we're a public school. So if my school district was able to do that, then how come if this is a law and we're saying we have to abide by law, then why was every single school, and we all know that every single school district in New Jersey was doing something different and continue to do something different to the end of the school year. Then what is this law that everyone's abiding by? But I think there needs to be something in the plan about bullying, and that teachers as well as peers are held accountable for bullying on both ends. Bullying if you're not wearing a mask, bullying if you're wearing a mask, and how that is perceived by that person. And that's my end on masks. My one question about curriculum is that there's not enough information going home about the summer opportunities for our students. I happened upon the summer curriculum, the summer opportunities for my students, because I was looking for the agenda for the board meeting on Wednesday afternoon. And I was like, oh, book clubs. I can totally sign my kids up for book clubs. That music thing, I didn't even know about. Nothing has come home from either of my students, any paperwork at all regarding any of that. And if the teachers are telling the students the information is clearly not getting to the parents. I mean, my kids are in elementary level, maybe it's getting to the parents at the middle and the high school level, but for me, and then I was like, oh, right, my son did book clubs last year because it was virtual. And I assumed because it was virtual, they were doing book clubs. I had no idea that this was an ongoing thing that happens every year. So I was able to sign my kids up for virtual, but a lot of the dates were already were earlier than last week. Like the instrument date deadline was earlier than last week on the website, at least. So I just feel like more information has to be sent home to parents so that we're aware that this is happening, because these are awesome opportunities for our students to do in the summertime. And I grabbed all the ones that I could. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other hands up? Right, seeing no one else wants to speak on that, let's move on to our regular voting meeting. We need a motion to approve the minutes from executive session on 5/13, special voting meeting on 5/13, executive session on 5/19, pre-meeting workshop on 5/19, executive session 5/25, and regular voting meeting on 5/25.
So moved. Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm
Abstained?
opposed to approving the minutes of meetings for the executive session on May 13th, the special voting meeting of May 13th, the executive session held May 19th, the pre-meeting workshop meeting minutes held May 19th, the executive session held May 25th, as well as the regular voting meeting held May 25th.
Thank you. All right, under the report of the president, I just want to congratulate all of our graduates, middle school or high school, and our parents, our teachers, our community for such a great opportunity to attend. Everybody has worked so hard this year on, getting through this year. I just congratulate everybody for their success, and it was great graduations. We had beautiful weather. We don't even have to knock on wood anymore. We have beautiful weather. We all got some sunburn, but it was really nice to hear the comments from the community about our graduations being on our football fields. This is something that we have talked about for years and years and years. And this year we didn't have options. We did it, and I have not received one complaint, only compliments on this is where it should be. And, I just want to say thank you to administration for letting that happen, because I think it's something that's, we used to do it here. I think it's just something that our community is going to value for a long time. So, and it was beautiful, and, we had a lot of staff there. It was great to see all the parents lined up in the bleachers and around the fields watching. It was just a real comforting presentation, and the kids were happy.
It was genuine.
It was genuine, yeah, I was looking for the word, yeah.
It was great.
To see their smiles and their faces and their excitement, and, even when the first high school was High School South, and when the kids didn't march out to the traditional march, they ran to each other to hug each other and congratulate each other and take selfies. It was the best thing you could see, and it happened almost at every graduation. So, and every school did a great job, putting that graduation together. The speeches of our students, incredible. One, it just kept going. It just goes to show, our kids are learning and they're proud of where they're coming from. It was just such a nice experience. So I just wanted to make sure that I mentioned that, and everybody in the community, thank you for their cooperation during this tough and difficult year.
And I just want to make a special thanks to Mr. Ranella and Mr. Kirkpatrick, who kind of created it this year out of from scratch. So, we have a working plan now. We have some improvements that we have to make for next year, but it really went nice and smooth. And, between their coordination with the principals, it went really well.
Yes.
It was great.
And I think
it was just a great experience.
some of the other feedback that I heard too, along those lines, is a lot of the parents thought it was actually more accessible for them and a lot easier to get to, especially for some of the grandparents and stuff who have maybe some like mobility issues and stuff, that it was just a lot easier to do.
Yes,
And there were more tickets available.
yes.
So they could
There were
bring
a
more
lot of
family.
tickets.
Definitely,
They
think-
got
I definitely think it should something to do all the time, because
Yeah.
I couldn't believe, I mean, I was really great ceremonies, but I couldn't believe how many people said, why do you do that all the time?
Yeah.
You know, at first, when I thought about it, I'm like, well, you know, once we got on the football field, it's hot, but it was hot as it could possibly be, right?
It was worth
I
it.
mean,
Oh,
yeah,
it was hot.
But no, I think we should consider doing that still going forward, or we
No,
want to leave it up to
we're
the senior classes where they want to do that, because it was
No,
easier.
we're gonna
And it was
keep
great.
doing it. We'll do it next
It was a
year.
great job, it
Yeah.
really was,
Yeah.
John, you're absolutely right.
I mean, everybody forgets that you know, you're driving to Monmouth, you're sitting in traffic and parking and trying to get in and trying to get out. This is just a convenient, and it was beautiful.
And there wasn't traffic.
No,
It really
wasn't.
wasn't traffic. We handled this well. This went well.
A lot of planning.
It was good. And you know what? We are hoping that next year is back to normal, and we don't mean what's the new normal. We would like to see the real normal. And I'm sure everybody's hoping for the same thing. So just so everybody knows, that's what we're hoping this plan does, get us back to normal. But again, we have to wait for the higher ups to decide what they're going to do.
Yeah, and it just, I mentioned it earlier, we want to keep the plan simple, we want to keep it short. We don't want to put a lot of clauses and this and that in, and that was the intent, so that it's, you know, it's flexible, you know, there's flexibility. We know what the community wants, you know, we don't want to bog it down with a whole bunch of different things, you know, just
And I
what's
think,
required.
yeah, I think like what Bruce said is now we have to wait to see what's thrown our way and how we can interpret the real wording. I mean, that's something that we don't really know right now.
Yeah.
You know, we're hoping we know, but I'm not sure we will until everything comes down the pipe. All right, I need a motion for under the business administrator 1 through 5.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? I need under the report of the superintendent.
We already did all that, so.
Okay,
Well, we did 1A and B. I guess we got to vote on 2
Oh, yeah.
through 8.
yeah, we're gonna vote on 2 through, is it 2 through 8 or 2 through 7? 2 through 7.
8.
All right, I only have 7. Okay, 2 through 8.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
I'm opposed on number 2. Abstentions. All right, number 14. Under student services, I need a motion for number 1 through 6.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions?
What about number 7?
Yeah.
Oh, see, it's not on my
You know what?
agenda.
They,
Is the addendum in it?
no, it's not on the addendum. Hold on, I don't know why you're not.
Let's do number 8.
Yeah, I'll give you mine.
No, number
Okay,
7.
number
Number 7.
Oh, is it 7?
Yep, okay, you already did that.
Sorry, number 7.
So
I need a
moved.
motion. Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right, under facilities, we have number 1.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed, objection.
Okay,
So the
Mr. Timo,
yeah, we got it.
He's the only one.
Under policy number 1 and 2,
So moved.
second.
discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? We have curriculum and instruction, number 1.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Under finance, I have 1 through 9.
So moved.
Second.
1 through, does that include the addendum?
No, I'm gonna do the addendum last. 1 through 9.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstentions? Under student
How about
activity,
objections? Did you ask for objections?
yes, I did.
Okay, I'm objecting to number 2, and I'm objecting to number 4.
Thank you. Right. Got 1 through 4. Okay, under personnel. No.
Student
Oh, I'm
services.
sorry. Student, so I thought we did student services. Oh, student activities, 1 through 4.
You know, you forgot my committee. I just don't understand this.
Just an agenda. 1
This is
through 4.
nonsense. So moved.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, now we're on to personnel. I need a motion for number 1 through 10.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? I'd like to do a roll call vote on number 11. Principal for Bourne Middle School. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay,
Sorry,
roll
who
call.
seconded?
I second.
Yeah, Frank.
Roll call vote on number 11 under personnel. Mrs. Caminiti.
So pleased to say yes to her. She was very nice. I'm
Mr.
excited for this.
Mr. Donlin.
Yes.
Mr. Jimo.
No.
No.
Mr. Heffernan.
Yes.
Mr. Little.
Yes.
Mrs. Tobacco.
Yes.
Mrs. Wright.
Yes.
Mr. Capone.
Yes.
Mrs. Minuis.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries.
Welcome, yes, congratulations and welcome to Middletown. It's gonna be a great fit, I know. Yeah. Okay, I need a motion for number 12 through 19.
And with just with the correction on HR 6 for McLeany.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Step 1.
Okay, the correction on the coach's salary.
Yes.
All right. Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? And now we need to vote on the addendum number 10 and 11.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Any abstentions? All right, let's go into old business. Does anybody have any old business? I gotta bring up a few things. You guys got the link from Mrs. Wykoff about doing Mrs. Walker's evaluation. I had a deadline of today, if we could please get it done by tomorrow. I need 2 board members. I think Mr. Capone volunteered, if somebody else would volunteer with him to write up the evaluation after New Jersey School Board sends us the composite of it. We could get that done right away and have it done by the end of the month with any hope. I think there's only a few people that haven't done it yet. I looked on it before I came.
How many people?
I think we're missing 3. Okay, so if you didn't do it, please do it so that we can move on. If it's not, if it's not done by Thursday, I think we're still gonna have to move on because we have a deadline. Okay, so I'll set it for Thursday morning. If it's not done, I'm gonna ask Kathy to send the composite so we can move on, because I don't wanna hold it up. I also want to ask about future meetings now. Tom, are you planning on coming back?
Yes.
Do you know when?
No.
Mr. Padula, when, do we still have to do the virtual, being that the governor lifted the emergency?
The emergency regulations are still in place for virtual
Okay.
meetings. When the board wants to make a decision as a board to have everybody come back, that's up to the board.
Okay, I think we need to start discussing that because it's really hard. I mean, it's better tonight because we have more people, but it's really hard hearing the back and forth. And I think, Mr. Jima, you're having a hard time hearing us, maybe. But either way, I think the board has to decide, and I'd like to, get our meetings back to normal, the normal layout, where the public could come in and,
I like,
You know,
I
just-
like the Zoom though. I do like the idea that, we have a lot more people who can attend and listen in.
Oh, we're not taking the Zoom away. I'm
Oh, you
talking
mean
about
us
board
being-
members.
Oh, okay.
Yes. for
Cause I do
board
like the Zoom,
members.
like, cause I think we get some, and even tonight,
Yeah.
it was only like 25, but it's still, plus the room.
In person.
No, yeah, we're talking about us in
Oh,
person.
okay, cause I like that, I
Our
like
teachers
that.
back, our students back, everybody's back. We should be back. We should be leading by example.
But we always had the Zoom, we always had
Yes.
the live.
No,
we always had
no,
the
YouTube.
You have YouTube, but
But
people
it
can ask
wasn't
questions online. I kinda like it.
Okay,
Yeah, we could, like to see us get our whole board back so that we can have a normal,
so how do we do that to get our board back?
Hey, vote now, come on.
I don't know if if the executive order is still in, we should be following that, right?
Yeah.
Is he changing that by the end of the month? Is that something?
July, what's the date?
July 4th?
Right now, with that date in mind, that's July 6th.
Once that's lifted, we should
Well, I
go
mean, can we
back
have a
to
discussion on
regular.
that though? Cause like, we're talking about one person, right? So
Yeah.
can we do that somewhere else? I mean, right?
Yeah, we can do
we
it
have
in
that time,
closed
like-
session. I'll put it
Yeah,
on the
let's
closed
not do-
session.
let's not do it this way, right? We just talked
No.
about like bullying and masks and stuff and not masks, so
No,
it's just.
but we do want to get back to
I
normal.
understood, but let's not do
Okay.
that here, right?
Well. Okay.
That's
Anybody else have any old business? Any new business?
for new business, I'd like the board to think about, at least for the secondary schools, maybe putting up the Pride banner for Pride Month. I'm not talking about, it's not a political platform or policy, not talking about any of that. Just, one month a year, for it to serve as a beacon, right? Reminder to our students to be who they are, right? Whoever that is. We have students who are in certain parts of their life, that, are discovering themselves. And I feel like it's something that, I know we have a lot of activities. I know that the administration has pointed out each of the schools, but something for us to think about, for that month, if we could do that.
I think they do celebrate that.
No, I said they do, but I mean,
School.
think about the banner and putting that up.
So you mean outside?
Yeah,
like
for the secondary schools,
community?
for the secondary.
Yeah,
schools.
I mean, like high schools. and
Yes,
everything.
yes. Just to think about that a little bit for going forward for
Mm-hmm.
Pride Month. And it's like I said, it's not a political platform or any policies or what this and that. It's just, for our
We
students.
can bring that up to the
Something
principals,
to think
our
about.
principals meeting, we'll put that on the agenda.
Any other new business?
Let's get back to John's point. I mean, sexual orientation, race, creed is all represented under the American flag, which hangs, I think, in every school.
Well, I called it the Pride banner. I'm not trying to argue.
Put a banner or a flag, I'm sorry. I don't know.
No, my point is that, I'm not trying to make a political statement. I'm trying to say that, for us, we have students who, who are trying to discover who they are or evolving as people. And I feel for us, I think it serves as a beacon, say, listen, be who you are. Be who you are.
Just getting back to Mr. Padula's point, once we start doing it for one, we have to do it for every person. I think we sort of made a stance. I think it was to not bring any politics involved or any cause related things.
How is sexual orientation politics?
You just said you don't bring any politics in this.
No, I don't. Said that I don't want to bring it, it's not about that. I mean, I'm not bringing, I can tell you for a fact, I don't belong to a political party. I'm not bringing politics, I'm thinking about the students first, right? That's all.
What if the students bring it to us if they want something? This hasn't been.
I'm sorry, there is signage in the schools, and I know that South had a pride party, so I don't know why this is being brought up, but there definitely is a lot going on in the schools that support all the LGBTQ students.
I'm not saying we don't support them, I'm just bringing a suggestion.
So what do we need a banner for then? Then we also need a banner for every other group.
Anything else that we do, yeah.
Jackie and Frank, it sounds like you're opposed to this.
I'm opposed to starting something and not having an end to it, Tom. Doesn't matter what
Are
it
you
is.
you're opposed to at the high schools
Coming from to hang a flag.
for 1 month a year? Banner.
I can't hear what you're saying, Tom.
Are you
I can't either.
opposed to having us fly the Pride banner at the high schools for the month of June?
What is the pride banner?
Right.
Because
You-
I've been
I'm
in
s-
South. I've been in South, and I've seen lots of pride signs.
How about we call it the pride flag?
It's not an argument about whether we support it or not. It was just a suggestion because it's Pride Month.
I think that's kind of what this is turning into, so.
Well, let's talk about it.
I mean, we don't have to. I mean, I just a suggestion.
You can talk if you want, Tom. It's your time.
It's frozen.
I'd like to hear from the other members of the board too.
This is your discussion. If you have something to say, here's your time to say it.
I'm all for it.
Thank you. Anybody else new business?
I would support it too.
All right, public comment? Anybody? Is there anybody with their hands up? Anybody here? All right, seeing no public comment, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions?
That's right.
That's